Okay, I think we're ready to go. Not sure if anyone found their way over here just yet, but if you did, welcome. Yes. Thanks, and SnowRunner again. How do I look, by the way? Small window, probably not too bad. Probably not too bad. Turn down the volume on this one a little bit so you can actually hear me. Not good? Yeah, boy. I'll do. That will do. What were we doing in the last episode? Right, we finished up all of this back then. Now we just need to get all of this back, right? Yeah. And we need to do logging. Medium logs to Bill's house and medium logs to brick framing. How much logs do we have here? Actually, I have both of them there. Alright. Those are also medium logs. I think I want to go here though. Seems easier. This one should be fairly simple. Let's just go through here. Nothing else is like... Yeah, this is a little bit tough, but should be fine. Right, we have the Land Rover as well. Freightliner with fuel. I'm gonna pick up that from over there. Yeah, that should be fine. And this one we get up to through this pass, I think. Through there and down. I'm not mistaken. I think I went there before and didn't experience any issues. Okay. So we need to bring a lot of trucks back to begin with. We'll start with the P12 maybe. A lot of driving in the early game here. Or the early times of the stream. Get everything back to where it was. I wonder if I want to do 2 runs. No, I don't have 2 trailers, so that won't happen. That won't happen. Thinking if I could use both the P12 as well as the other guy, but yeah, that won't be a thing. And we can take the scout on the back of the other guy. That should be fairly good. The cargo trailer I can probably just leave here at the intersection without too much of an issue. Yeah, I think in this stream we should be able to make it to the next region. Start exploring that. What? Bullshit. Can I go on the other side of this? Between these? Sure thing. Okay, and then these should be just folding over if we don't run into the wall first. Yep. That one will not. Oops. P12 is too top heavy, so you can't go on the rails too easily. Main reason as to why I go here. We can go along the water's edge here. And I need to find an easy way to get through this if I'm gonna pull logs eventually. But yeah, I think this should work. Logs is a lot heavier, so we'll need something that works. That is surprisingly easy. Okay. Yes, that's the route we're going next. When we have cargo. Should I refuel? Yes, I should. I made 50 grand after all. Might as well make sure we have some fuel at the fuel station or the garage as well. At least in the trucks that we have at the garage. See if the next region is as painful as this guy, or if we will have a lot easier time there. I read some time ago that it was easier in the second region compared to this. Unintended. Bit late streaming today. Keep finding myself doing so much other shit before the stream that it's super hard to get on time. But you know, we're here, so better late than never, they say. Oops. I always forget that those trees can actually be knocked over by this truck. Most other trucks cannot knock over those trees. What? I'm stuck on one rock. One rock, that's all it takes. I should probably go to the right there. It's actually easier to go that way than anything else. But you know. This one isn't too bad either. Wish the P12 had one engine upgrade, it would be such a beast. Where's the route I usually go here? I think it was before. Almost looked like I could knock that tree over. How easy it budged. Okay. So getting to the garage should not be that hard with any of these trucks, at least. A simple task. Rest of the trucks should be able to do it a lot faster even. This guy is probably the worst one out of speed, at least. Even the ASO I think is faster in general. Okay, into there you go. Is there anything I need to do here? No, I can leave you with ice saddle. Fill your over. Oh, you're out of fuel, right? Have a lot of guys standing there without fuel. You are that guy. Definitely will move you as well then. Whoa, why am I dropping so much frames? Have a look if that's still ongoing or... maybe it was just a hiccup there. Should not be dropping frames. Looks fine. truck is just flying sometimes when it hits rocks. Yeah, looks like it was temporary. Not missing anything now, so... Sometimes when I start the stream I drop a few frames, but... shouldn't be consistent. Use this guy to put the cabin thingy where it's supposed to be, and then we put the Land Rover on top of the bed when we go back. Should be good. I don't use this one very often anymore. It's a good truck, but it uses a lot of fuel when you're pulling something heavier, unfortunately. Need engine upgrade, then these trucks are gonna be a lot better. Don't have to run them at the limit for ages every time. That was cool, I could actually feel it losing traction there. Usually this game doesn't really give you feedback very often. Okay, dude. You come with me. Please don't knock me over. That, restore, and then this just needs to go in here. We are crafting all of the cabins. Container. No, we want to unload. Actually, maybe I should take the Yar on the back of this truck. Yar is slower than the Land Rover. Land Rover is actually really fast. Or just leave them here. I think next time we're going somewhere, we're going up here, right? Yeah. Might as well leave them here, right? Yeah. Don't you bother with bringing them anywhere. I use them both to explore at a later date, so at least the Land Rover and the Yar, I'm not sure I would even be able to pull with this guy. This might be a really bad idea. Alright, this is a really bad idea. I just realized how it looks like over here. I just realized that place is not fun to cross with any truck, much less this guy. Okay, well, he can stay there. Take the grad back. I guess I can use the grad to pull that guy down as well. There we go. Fucking hate that. There's like a lid right there. And I always get caught on it. Makes no sense to have it there, but for some reason it is. See that? On my back wheel there? It's all because there is like this... that lid. Get caught on it every time. There we go. Luckily, won't have to go here anymore. Won't have to go here anymore. See if the next map is full of snow and ice as well, or if we can change over to mud tires on all of our trucks again. Oh, great. It's not like you need a working fuel tank or anything in this game. So, you know, fuel has never been an issue. I'm almost out of fuel on this. How much fuel do we have in the... as of... I think we can make it here at least. That should be fine. Why does it look like a snowplow almost made it through there? For the rock. Really keep your tracks that long. I did that in the last stream and Freightliner is way up on the hill. Who knows? Maybe. Maybe. That's a good freeze. I'll do. And then we go pull down that truck that we decided to do stupid shit with again. So, what's the easiest way? I think we are in a better position than we were before with the other truck at least. So, what's your plan, truck? Perfect. Let's just do this and then change over to you and see if we can get you out of here. Yeah, probably don't wanna. Probably don't wanna leave again and just get stuck like we've been before. And there. Except for the rocks, this is actually a really good way to go. A little bit longer, but it's way safer than going on the train tracks. This is the only place that's a little bit icky, but you have a good spot to winch to, so nothing really to complain about. And this is without mud tires, so mud tires and some weight, you would do just fine. Come on. Okay, get some fuel. Those small pebbles, man, deals damage to your truck every time. You just stick to high gear, but then it feels like you're going so slow when you're going on these tarmac roads. Except for the stones, there's like nothing to worry about. Wow, it just glides on top of the mud when it doesn't have anything to pull. Yeah, looks like it was a fluke. I didn't really drop that much frames now, so probably just a oopsie on network side. Okay, up to the right here, I think, has been my plan for a while now. Let's see if that actually works. Probably not with a track that tips over a lot easier than this. Now then, where do we want to go? Is it here? Yeah. And up this way. Okay. That seems to be quite a good way to go. That seems like it's quite a good way to go. Just 2 runs with logs and then we can go to the next region now then. Once we get the Azov back. I think it's the only track we are missing now. Except for a Freightliner, but that's just going to the fuel station anyway. Kinda leave the Freightliner just where it's at. Then I drive it to where I need it when I'm running out of fuel, more or less. There, last one is the... I guess the Viron D needs to be driven back as well. On the not stupid way of doing it. Actually, no. Let's just park it here. Might actually need a track that has flatbed at some point. This is actually quite a good track to use for that. 6. Where are you? There. Pillars out in the wild. Azov. Let's get you there so we can start. What? Unbreakable sign. This is gonna be motion sickness deluxe if I go in first person over these rocks. Come on. This truck and rocks just doesn't work together at all. And also tight turns are not the best. Wonder if there's a garage in the next region. Maybe that's like the hard part for that region. There should be a service point there at least. We don't have anyone in this region. So glad you don't take damage anymore for that, at least. I think in the early game you actually took damage from that. Patched out for some time after that. Means that you're not really taking damage for head-on collisions very often with this truck. Hello, Kowalski. How you doing? While I'd love to speak Russian to you, not really my thing. I did notice you following not too long ago, though, so thank you for that. It's not Russian. Oh, I'm so sorry. I live in Latvia. I just expect anything that is Cyrillic in nature. I guess that would still be considered. I just expect it to be Russian. I'm so sorry. What language is that? Greek? No? Actually, I have no clue. I'm really bad at... It's Ukrainian. Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. That was... way worse than I intended. Trust me. Trust me. I'm sorry. Now I feel bad. Come on. Yeah, I'm not very educated with the languages that are not from the Western style, I guess. So, but yeah, welcome. It's pretty similar anyway. Yeah, I guess it is. Comes from a similar background, if nothing else. So yeah, welcome. As I said, thank you so much for following earlier on. I did notice you followed some time ago, a couple of weeks, I guess. How you doing? You haven't seen me online all this time? Yeah, I actually just stream once a week, more or less. So Saturdays, more or less in the evening, night time, is usually when I'm streaming. So I don't spend that much time streaming. I just don't have the time for it. But I would like to start stream at least one more day a week. But yeah, you know, time management and all that. Time management and all that. Usually Saturdays I'm live for maybe 6 to 8 hours usually. Around this time. Not always, but most of the time. Usually drinking whiskey as well, but today we're having wine, so... I guess you hit me on one of my feminine days. Wine is okay too? Yeah, absolutely. I do enjoy myself a good wine every now and then. I usually like it better together with food. If I just want something like to drink, I usually take a whiskey or a cognac or something like that. Mostly whiskey. But yeah, wine is just fine as well. Always drinking and driving, very irresponsible. You have no proof. You have nothing that says I'm drinking and driving. At the end of the day, I drink with my left hand. And I drive with my left hand as well. So technically I can't be both drinking and driving. So. Why did the P12 go through here without any issue and then this guy is struggling? And there's nothing to pull to either. Interesting. How you doing, Orange Quake? Nice to see you again. How is that internet keeping for you? Still buffering? Or maybe I have options now when it comes to quality. I've tried spin tires and mud tires. Both worked fine with my wheel and pedal shift setup, but now SnowRunner spin tires even had decent force feedback. Yeah, I know that there's a lot of issues with wheel support in SnowRunner. I kinda just got lucky having a wheel that worked. SnowRunner's Discord is dead in terms of support. Didn't actually know there was a Discord even for SnowRunner. I know there is a forum that's quite active, and also the Reddit is quite active. So if you're looking for support, I think that would be your better options when it comes to other people helping you. Official forums and Discords, yeah, exactly. I think that would be your best options. Yeah, Reddit is... I'm a lot on the SnowRunner Reddit. It's actually really active. There's a lot of people there. I would almost argue that Reddit is more active than the official forums are. We're dealing with several other streams and downloads going on in the background. When the quality options last time, you still have only the source quality available, but it's working smoothly. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I know. I'm just what can I say? When I have something available to me, I just want to put the highest I can. And I'm actually streaming above what Twitch even recommends, so I understand that some people are going to have issues with running the stream. I mean, if you really want to watch me, I think on YouTube you still have the option to downgrade the stream. So, not like there isn't any options. I know that some people get working PXN wheels masked as a Logitech G-Series wheel by editing Windows register. Oh. Swap device ID and name. Yeah, I've actually not read very much about PXN wheels. I'm not sure what those are even. I think in the settings of the game you have like direct input, so as long as you can use a direct input wheel, you should be good. But it depends on how the wheel itself communicates with Windows and stuff. I guess you would be having issues with the force feedback at all, at least if you do that. Then you kind of need to have a specific brand wheel. I'm usually using a G923, so for me there really isn't any issues, but even my old... I don't think you can see it actually. Right there is my old DT GT, the Gran Turismo special wheel back in, I don't know how long ago it was. But even that one actually works really well with SnowRunner, so you can get like a super budget wheel if you just want it for SnowRunner. DT GT, yeah, exactly. You just don't like the YouTube's UI or the chat experience with streams? For me, it's still the website for watching videos, even with Twitch recent troubles. I think YouTube needs to step up the game to truly be a viable option. I agree. I think YouTube is better for video in general, even when it comes to stream. If I don't want to chat, I prefer to watch over at YouTube side. They just have a better player, and the fact that you can like stream at whatever bitrate you want, it's also like way better. But yeah, from a community and like chat experience, Twitch is way superior, and I don't think anyone is arguing with that in any meaningful way. What I would say is that YouTube is probably able to replicate that and improve on it a lot better than Twitch is. The only reason why Twitch is having all of these fuck-ups right now is because they're not making money. And they're not getting any money to improve at that point either, right? So yeah. Yep. But I don't want to buy a second wheel. Yeah, of course. Makes total sense. I'm not saying you should. I'm just informing you that there is an option if you'd really like to. By the way, you can stream to multiple streaming services if you have no affiliation. Yeah, I'm actually live on YouTube right now. You head over to youtube.com/Kianomi. I'm live right there right now as well. Exact same stream as you're looking at on Twitch. Shameless plug. I guess. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. I'm actually really close to being affiliate on Twitch, but I'm not gonna take it even when it comes to that point, so I'm not even pushing that idea. I think I'm 2 followers away from affiliate and at like 2.8 average viewers or something concurrent. So I could push for that if I want to, but I want to continue dual streaming, so. Mama, I'm on TV right now. Hello, Iron B, how you doing? All right. Kowalski, that was you, right? I remember now. Sometimes my memory isn't shit. That's right. I remember seeing you the last time as well. He's doing okay. I even told you last time that your YouTube name is way better than your Twitch name. You should change your Twitch name to Iron B. That's a cool name. If it's available. It's 3 elements, all I'm 8, what's up? Oh, it's not available? That sucks. That sucks. I'm kinda trying to move away from Stream Element. I've been dabbling a little bit with StreamerBot recently. Looks like it's kinda cool. You can do a lot of cool stuff with it. So... Stream is okay. Yeah, I mean, from a bot perspective, I think it's one of the better ones. Better than Streamlabs. I mean, Streamlabs is not even an option. I wouldn't put my fingers in that company since the kind of scandal they had back in the days. But yeah, I've been playing around with streamer bots recently. And having a little bit of basic programming knowledge seems like you can do whatever you want with that program. Super cool. I have all of my scenes in it. Streaming them like the browser source. Yeah, that's an option. Why can I not go? How did I end up in neutral? It should not even be a option. I guess when I showed you the settings, it reset my reverse gear. Yeah, that's true. I run OBS in portable mode, so I can just take that folder and move it to whatever computer I want, more or less. And then I keep all of my assets in that folder as well. So that's also an option, of course, but each to their own, I guess. All of my things is kind of native in OBS as well. And also, if you run a lot of different browser sources, you run into issues eventually with performance. So try to stay away from that as much as possible. I guess we can take you. How much fuel or how much repair parts do we have in the service trailer? 67, probably not worth going back for. Mostly use stream bots right now for alerts on YouTube. Or stream elements for alerts on YouTube. Streamerbot doesn't really do that very well. Alrighty. This truck is great. Got me through all of Alaska. Super cheaply. Doesn't matter what you do with it, it will never use any fuel. How much of Yukon do I have left? I need to deliver 2 medium logs in... what is this place called? Flooded Foothills. 4 medium logs to Steven's house and Bill's house, and then we're moving over to the next region where I have not done anything, because I do each region one by one. So you can say I have more or less 1 region left to do. I've done everything in this region except for this logging mission. I feel like I'm gonna have these like wine lips that you get after a little bit, where your lips are turning purple after a few glasses of wine. And just because I realized it myself, I got self-conscious about it, and now it's uncomfortable instead. But yeah, I guess that's part of the charm of drinking wine, right? Exciting times then, as you really get to switch regions. Yeah, it's actually quite a cool playstyle, I would say. If you enjoyed the stream... Oh, right, I set up my own reminder before. Didn't do that earlier. I should remove those from my stream overlay somehow. If I can do that easily. Be off. Some quality streaming here will do. What? Correct. I know Restream has the option to remove specific users. How do you do that? But no filtering. Chatter name. If I remove myself, then those should not show up. Yeah. It should work. Yeah, that's true actually. I very rarely get to switch regions. Usually it takes me like 3 weeks to switch a region because I'm only playing like once a week. So also means that I'm struggling quite a bit every now and then with specific parts because I can't just give up and go do something else for a little bit unless I have other missions available. Good part is that I usually find really efficient ways to traverse each region eventually. As I'm literally driving the same route like 6 times every evening at least. Or every stream. The only time I've been jumping regions is in the last stream when it very much forces me to learn. Yeah, exactly. The only time I jumped region was in the last stream when I didn't have any trucks in this region to sell upgrades with. I kinda scooted my own rules a little bit at that point. And I allowed myself to go to another region just to sell the upgrades I had on a truck there. Since I don't move trucks out of regions either, I can't sell upgrades for some of the trucks because I don't have them in this region. So, but I think that's quite mild in pushing the rules. I didn't even leave the garage after all, so. But yeah, I really do feel that every time I'm done with the map, I feel like I know that map from the back of, as the back of my hand. Yes, that's the way you say it. Which is nice. Like the fact that you can go this route instead of over the train tracks. I just realized, like in the beginning of this stream more or less, that might actually be easier than, especially with this track, because it's quite tippy, so it's really easy to just tip it over every now and then. So going on the train tracks is kind of icky, and then you can just go this route and it's way easier. Takes a little bit longer if you don't have good mud tires, but like, who cares? Doesn't really matter. I have to say the Freightliner is probably one of the most underrated trucks to me. It feels like no one is talking about it, and it's probably one of my best trucks when it comes to hard mode. It is so capable and also doesn't use any fuel ever. I think the only one that competes with this guy when it comes to fuel usage is probably the ASO 6. That one doesn't use any fuel either. Jesus fucking Christ, it's 14 grand almost to refill these. I don't think I need to move this guy. Might as well move him out of the trigger because I might want to pick up some fuel on some other truck at some point. So, Caterpillar we don't need to bother with. You're fine, you're fine. Drive these into the garage as well. Is the ASO 7 significantly better with fuel consumption than the 7? Like the ASO 6 is more or less broken when it comes to fuel economy. Especially with the original engine. You can't get it above 10 liters as far as I understand. I haven't used it myself either, but from what I've seen on other streamers, it's like stupid. Completely dumb. I don't need to move you. I can leave you here. I think that's all of the trucks we need to move, actually. So, you... Alright, I'm gonna need a truck over there as well. One. Can I load one of these with the cat? I think I'll try that. Oh, it's... I could pay to load it, but it's more fun to load manually. Now, from what I've seen, the ASO seems to be completely unbeatable when it comes to fuel economy. That guy seems to be completely broken. Paystar 5600 is the most efficient one. And here comes the troll. Yeah. Maybe not. Just maybe not. Nice try, though. I haven't even used that truck and I've still heard how much fuel it uses. It's like saying the Navistar is the most fuel-efficient truck. Maybe not really. Even with the stock engine, it's a pain in the ass. Yeah, But on the other hand, it's really, really capable as well. So, a bit of a double-edged sword. Okay, pal. Here I have some fuel. It's unstoppable on 2 mods. Yeah. Apparently having 10 wheels that drives you forward makes you go forward very often. Imagine that. This truck also has that kind of power, I would say. It's just that the front lip on this guy is just so fucking atrociously bad. And it's quite low. It doesn't have any ground clearance compared to a lot of other trucks. Where exactly am I going? Over there. Yeah. I kinda hope when I get the active suspension for the As of 7, we'll get some improvements. Right now it's kinda infuriating to use sometimes. It's built to be a crane? Oh, like in real life? It has to be low? I guess that makes sense. It's just one of the better heavy trucks that I have available to me, so I'm kind of using it for anything that is not just simple cargo. Yeah, the chin is really the biggest issue when it comes to this truck. And also the performance when it comes to rocks, I would say. Any kind of rocks on this guy is just fucking awful, but I guess that's an issue on the majority of the trucks that's not 6x6 or 6x4s. Yeah, that's like the main reason as to why I use it for logs. When it rocks, it doesn't really flip itself on its side. Yeah, it's super stable. It's just really bad at rocks in general. But no buts. No buts in the stream. You'll get me banned from Twitch. Didn't I tell you, Orange Quake? No buts. I'm literally constantly at 6,800 kilobits per second on Twitch. And all this time it says my stream is unstable. All the time. No fail. But when I open the Twitch inspector, it says that it's fine. Twitch is just trolling me today. Twitch service, yeah. It's actually really interesting that you say that. Every now and then I can start up my stream and it just doesn't even start. It don't even try to start. And then I have to change to some other like specific stream server and then everything is fine. I usually use auto, but then every now and then it just completely fucks up. And there's no reports at all about that kind of issues. I don't know what that's about, but I'm fun curious of the issues I have when I click my start streaming button. There we go, we made it to the fuel station after all. Wrong cat, this guy. Do I have the autonomous winch on this? No. I'm just gonna say it now. I won't need it. Watch me actually need that autonomous winch. I should probably lower this guy a little bit and maybe pull it in as well. It seems stable and I'll display a latency of around 2 seconds. Yeah, that should be fine. That latency, are you basing that on the chat? Because that chat is also showing a little bit of latency. It gives like a second extra. I would say. Just to combine YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Ah, it's the stats panel you're looking at. Yeah. No, like I don't think there is any issues. It's just that Twitch is confused and doesn't understand the bitrate itself. As I said, I usually stream on just above what you're kind of recommended on Twitch. So I think it just says that it's unstable because I'm streaming above the recommended bitrate. Because it started when I put in the increased bitrate. But like, that's one of the reasons why I think Twitch is probably going to eventually get overtaken by YouTube. Like, how the fuck do you not allow people to stream at a higher bitrate than 6,000 bits per second? Makes no sense. To me, at least. I don't know about others, but like... I feel like the majority of people today are able to watch a 6,000 bitrate stream, and having transcoding can't be that hard. But I don't know. Not an expert after all, so. I guess this time we need to find a way around this water because I can't go through with this. Streaming 7092 kilobits. Yeah, I think the majority of people are streaming at higher than 6K. But I know that's kind of the recommended Twitch says that you should use. If you go above that, they're going like, no, 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 little boy. You have 1 gig internet? Yeah, me too. They own Amazon Web Services. They have the power to do anything they want, but it must somehow not be worth it. Yeah, and it's a really, really bloated company. So even if something might be worth it, it's just like it takes too much to drive through a thing like that, I would imagine. I've been working at a few companies myself where, like, yeah, it would probably make sense to get something done, but there's just so many hurdles to go through to get something done that it doesn't really happen regardless. And I would imagine that being a part of Amazon is quite similar to that. But who knows? Maybe there is a reason. Maybe they just can't make it work. At the end of the day, they changed the subscriber split because they figured that it was too expensive to run streams, right? I don't know why it would be more expensive for them than it would be for like YouTube or anything. But I guess if they say that's the case, then we need to listen to that at the end of the day. Gonna get stuck with the forks in the ground here. So, nice. I really wish they would release a log fork for this track. That would make it so much more fun. I think the log loader that they are releasing in phase 8, even that one doesn't work to actually log or load logs on truck width, which is just dumb. Why would they not make that work? And time to waste even more money on fuel. How nice. Guess I'll go with this one first because I'd rather have the other one not have to turn around because I tipped this one over. What's your opinion on the next kind of phase that they're releasing with farming? I think it looks really, really cool, actually. I've always been intrigued by Farming Simulator, but I've never really gotten into actually playing the game. Maybe this is like my hook. If I like this, I'll go buy Farming Sim as well. No? It's not your thing? Why not? What's your reason for it? Farming is mediocre in SnowRunner? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be, right? But I still think it would be kinda cool if they make it good. I'll see on release. I don't expect it to be like some kind of farm sim clone. I just think it's a cool concept. But we'll see. I guess I'm a sucker for anything that's new, that hasn't been kind of done in things before. And they haven't done farming before, so... Farming is a small part of it, as far as you know. Yeah. Maybe. I'm not actually sure. Maybe it is. Maybe it won't actually be that big of a part of it. Just like the racing in Phase 8 or 7 wasn't that big of a part. I haven't been following the updates, only seen a bit. I actually haven't touched the game for after 100%ing it. Steam achievements, I'm torn on it. I kind of want to, but I also have other games I'd like to play. Yeah, I totally feel you, dude. There's so fucking much games you can play today that, like, going back to a game that you've already played through, it's kind of stupid. This is my first playthrough as well, and I'm not sure that I would be... Maybe I'll play around with some mods, because I usually like to see what other people are able to create when it comes to these kind of games. But other than that, I'm not sure if I would kind of make a second playthrough in any way. I've seen a few streams of public beta builds. Oops. Let's look at where we're going instead. Yeah. I'm not sure. Is it on the test servers yet? The farming? I think it is. That was my understanding when I was looking at... what's his name on YouTube? A Tribe Called Cars. That was the understanding I got when I watched his video in regards to Phase 8. That it was gonna be on the test run. But maybe it's not yet. Who knows? I'm the kind of gamer who loves the time wimper games, MMOs. I don't really have many games going on at the same time. Instead, I have long periods of singular focus. I was very similar to that back in the days. I still kind of focus on one particular game, but I can't really play these games that are like huge time sinks. I played a lot of MMOs and hack and slash, action RPGs and stuff like that. Like Diablo 3, I had literally a week of time off from work when that released. Terra, I was playing for, I don't know, a year and a half when that released. So yeah, I've been that kind of player as well. But now I just don't have the time to kind of keep up. And if you can't keep up with those kind of games, you're not having that much fun, right? So now I'm kind of just picking one game and then I'm playing that until I'm tired of it. Currently I have 2 games that I'm playing, mostly. So I'm playing SnowRunner for streams and then I play Sweet Transit on YouTube. That's kind of all I'm doing. Busy adult life is taking over. How did you know? But yeah, it's a real thing, man. I don't even have kids, and I still don't feel like I have time for gaming. Maybe I should have gone through the mountain pass instead. I don't have any chain tires on this truck. But yeah, I mean, you're working. I have a girlfriend that I need to spend some time with every now and then as well. You need to eat, do chores, clean. You know, things takes time, for fuck's sake. And then you try to get some gaming in there as well, so... yeah. I don't know. The good thing is that you can actually afford to play games financially compared to how it was before. I think that's a big thing as well. You played games back in the days because that's kind of all you had the option to do. But who knows? I'm going to sleep. Have a good stream. Alright, RMB, thanks so much for showing up. Have a nice time. And good night. This wasn't even close to an issue, actually. This was way easier. Life is weird. You go from having all the time in the world to having many other responsibilities. Yeah, over literally a few years. And whatever you've been doing your whole life up until that point has not taught you anything about that part of life. It's like, yeah, make sure that you know your mathematics and how work life functions. And then they throw taxes in your face. You have no fucking clue what to do. Right, I need to be really careful with this truck not to go through the water because this is gonna get fucked up really quickly. Can it go on top of the ice without braking? Kinda. Okay, well then, no real issue. Not there though. Oh. I don't know low gear plus in this, and I always throw the truck into low gear plus and then I just continue reversing because it doesn't actually go into low gear plus. Kinda unfortunate. I thought you would take water damage when you fell through the ice on this, but apparently not. So we want to cross here somewhere. It's not gonna work. Unless I can. Maybe. This goes. Go. Nice. Yeah, I really thought you would take water damage from going through the ice here. Apparently not. Whoa. I'll even be surprised if I make this work. And then we need the ASO over here. Maybe I could have used the mud tires actually, without too much of an issue. Since I'm going up there empty, I just had to go down with anything on it. Might have been fine. So much for this working. I think the medium log trailer is quite heavy just as it is as well, which doesn't make this much easier. Really? Seriously thought I would be able to get through this. Yeah, I'm not fucking moving even. Alright then. Maybe the P12 would have been a better option for this. Can actually deal with deeper mud a little bit easier. So yeah, it's definitely the front end hanging up, I think. Or is it a trailer? Yeah, I think that was it. Fine then. At least the 2 deliveries shouldn't be too bad. First one is super close and the other one is just halfway to the garage or something. It's nice. Can we turn a little bit instead? There we go. Thank you. I wonder how this will go when we not go all the way over here. Maybe I can make it through this. Getting stuck on that swing. Yeah, that works. I usually have some game that I'm really looking forward to releasing. But ever since Sweet Transit released, I haven't really been like super hyped about any game. Which kinda sucks. I like the idea of having something to look forward to. But now it's like, meh. Majority of stuff seems to be kinda slowing down now. I guess once we come closer to like November, December, we might be getting some more games. Is there a way to not go through the ice up here? It's like a cliff edge, I know that much. Guess you can go up this way and hug around there. What kind of games am I looking forward to in general? And secondly, which games would you like to play if you had the time? That's a really good question, man. That's a really good question. In general, there's kind of 2 games that I'm playing the most, I would say. First off, I'm a big fan of kind of management games. So think Factorio, Factory Town, Satisfactory to some extent. Sweet Transit I'm playing a lot now, as I mentioned before. And also kind of simulation games, I would say. Is the second one that I'm playing quite a bit. So Euro Truck Simulator, SnowRunner, those kind of games. But I wouldn't say that I really have a preference. I usually play the majority of the games if they look interesting. I think I probably have more of a art style that I enjoy when it comes to games that I don't have a kind of pre-existing expectation for. I just kind of play what I find, what I find interesting on the shop, more or less. I go to Steam and I just pick out something that looks really cool. Can we not have the trailer just be stuck on everything? So yeah, I'm like the definition of a variety gamer, I would say. It wouldn't even surprise me if you found me in like a first-person shooter at some point, even though I would never say that I'm one that plays shooter games. I haven't played a shooter since, I don't know, Battlefield 3, I think, or something like that. In regards to your second question, which games would I like to play if I had the time? Well, one of them, as I mentioned before, is Farm Sim. I would love to get into Farming Simulator. The 22nd looks amazing, honestly. Looks really good. Like what they've done with that game is super impressive. Can we not? But yeah, that feels like one of those games where you need to have a shit ton of time to make it work. I didn't think this through, did I? I didn't think this would actually be that hard to... Yeah, Farm Sim is one that I would love to be able to play through. I actually would really like to play through the Metro series. I kind of started that game, but it's so complex, it felt like, that I couldn't get into it because I only had like 50 minutes to an hour when I played that session. Yeah, that's something that I would love to be able to play through. I've never in my whole life played World of Warcraft, so WoW would be something that I would be interested in dabbling a little bit, if nothing else because it was a story. I read a book about Illidan. That's the name of the character, right? The guy with the swords. And that book really got me kinda into the lore of World of Warcraft. I don't think I would care that much about kind of the grind and all of the MMO parts of it. But I think the lore would be really interesting. I'm not going here. Going this way. So yeah, that's something that I would be really interesting. First-person shooters is a thing of the past. Yeah. Another one would be Escape of Tarkov. Tarkov, yeah. That's something that I find quite interesting as well, very kind of simulation-esque. I loved stuff like Wolfenstein, Enemy Territory back in the day. Nowadays it's mostly slower-paced gameplay for you. Yeah. Yeah, that's also the thing. Like, I'm getting older. My reflexes are not at all what they were used to be. So even if I wanted to play a first-person shooter, if it's even remotely competitive, I'm not gonna stand a chance against majority of people that plays it. So that's also kind of a pain point, if you wanna call it that. But I still think that a lot of the kind of technological achievements that happens today happens in that space, so it does make a lot of sense that if you're interested in kind of bleeding edge technology, that you would want to play first-person shooters to some extent. Oh yeah, I'm very much a fan of the whole Warcraft setting. I played Warcraft 3 all those years ago. Yeah, me too. Me too. I also did. Kind of hero battles were super fun. I mostly played on modded maps though, or kind of custom games, I guess they called them back then. I got really into the lore and was really hyped to get to play WoW. You ever played the early Warcraft games? Warcraft 3 is still a quality experience even today. Yeah, actually I have Warcraft 3 in original CD package back in Sweden, together with a bunch of other games. I think I have Warcraft 3 and maybe Warcraft 2 as well. I don't really remember. But yeah, that was quality. I didn't really play it very much for the RTS part. I kind of got into it late, and then that was kind of the majority of people were already playing custom games. Yeah, I played a lot of hero defense. Something that's really interesting actually is that... So I played Warcraft 3 a lot in custom games. And my understanding is that Dota comes from custom games in Warcraft 3. And from the amount that I've been playing Warcraft 3, I'm really surprised that I never heard of the game mode Dota. Not once. To the point where I've kind of thought that this must be something that either they made up or it was named something different when it comes to Warcraft 3. I know that's not true, but like it felt like that for me for a really long time. Like, how have I missed this, what I understand, gigantic experience? So, how do we do this the easiest way? Probably maybe get you to go here first. Put the engine. Change over to you. And then we're gonna go. I usually prefer to drive this track with a controller. Especially when you're using the forks, it's way easier doing it with a controller compared to the steering wheel. I think the original concept might have been loaned from a StarCraft custom app in of Strife or something like that, but yes, Dota was very popular in Warcraft 3. I played it that much, but played it a bit with friends. Well, how it grew onto its own game. Yeah, not only its own game, it was like, it literally created a whole company, right? More or less. Not created a company, but like a whole new game at least. Which is kind of crazy, if you ask me. Let's see, forklift. Lift it up. Pull the handbrake. kind of cool. That actually worked. Let's not have you tip over now, though. Yeah, all of the kind of mods and like custom games that you had back in the days. Kind of sad that those have more or less disappeared today. I guess, is it StarCraft 2 that has the arcade mode now? It's kind of an attempt to get that back. But yeah, other than that, you don't really have that kind of custom games the same way anymore, it feels like. Controlling this forklift with the steering wheel is just atrocious. It's so bad. Please don't tip over. There you can stand. Packed. Logs are placed. How is that placed unevenly? Are you kidding? Fucking bullshit. Nothing wrong with how that's placed. Oh my god. Okay. Well, so be it. Put those in and then we can... It even says that they're okay. They're green! What do you mean? Ah, come on. This is not gonna work, is it? Yeah, it's just gonna tip over if I do this. Seriously? You're just gonna drop it like that? Okay. In that case... My logs are misbehaving. Yeah, a little bit. Some of them don't want to pack, and other of them are just not playing along with me. I like neither of those things happening. Let's see if this works instead. Anything to attach this side to? There. That should work. Still can't pack those though. So, what did we write? But sure. You're a fan of the setting. I think you could have fun involved, even casually. Yeah, I think the biggest issue to me right now is the subscription base. Or the subscription-based model, I guess. I don't know. I can't see myself paying a subscription for a game that I'll probably pay once a week for a couple hours at most. It would be one thing if I was 15 and could play games forever again. But let's face it, that those times are over. Not happening again. Let's delete these. So yeah, if it wasn't because it was a subscription that you needed, I might actually play it. But as long as I need to pay a subscription for it, I don't think it's gonna happen. Played vanilla and a few shorter periods over the years in a different expansion. I'm thinking about giving the upcoming expansion a try. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good stuff about not only this expansion actually, but like the WoW expansions in general seems to be really well received. A lot of them. I think the last expansion also was kind of well received by the majority of people. Which is cool considering how much complaints there is in the video game industry today about how companies release games and stuff. I think he's really, really excited. Or something like that. It almost fucking looks like I know what I'm doing. What the hell? So I guess I need to nudge those. To be honest, I don't think I've ever played a game with a subscription model. I don't like subscription models in general, and yeah. I guess it comes from the same idea that I hate to take loans. Both taking loans and having loans is kind of the icky to me. It's always been from like my childhood. I've always been opposed of having loans of any sort. There. Now you can't possibly complain about either of these being uneven. Yeah, I thought so. Alright. MMOs are really cheap entertainment compared to most other things, even if you can't play much. Stuff like movie tickets cost a lot for a short experience. Yeah, I totally agree. Games in general is stupid amount of entertainment compared to the amount of money you're putting in. It's not really that I don't think it's worth it. It's more that I kind of bind myself to something, and I have a tendency to forget those kind of things, so I prefer to avoid them where I can. But yeah, definitely worth it. I'm not saying it's not worth it. Without a doubt worth it. It's just it's easy to forget about subscriptions and how much money you're actually spending on it. I'm gonna have to bring the Freightliner with some fuel, I think. Using a lot more fuel than I thought. Yeah, that's true. I guess it's a very kind of MMO-esque idea with subscription models, simply because of that. There is so many of them that just gets ruined with pay-to-win stuff. And yeah, regards to that, I totally agree, actually. I would rather pay a subscription than having something that is just blatantly pay-to-win. Like Terra right now is more or less broken, you can't play it, but back in the days it was quite alright. Majority of the stuff that you could buy was kinda cosmetic. But yeah, I understand that that's not kinda the situation that you have today. Majority of games today is kinda completely broken from all of the microtransactions and stuff like that. So fully understand where that comes from. It's just that there is so much other games, right? Everyone when Fallout 76 released were like, oh, but how can they do this? Why would we ever want to play something that is this pay to win? And I'm just sitting here, okay, why would you not play, I don't know, Fallout Las Vegas? Why would you not play Fallout 4? Like, there is so many other Fallout games that you could play instead of 76. I don't see the problem. It's this like idea that you have to play the most recent one every time, and if you don't, then you're doing something wrong. So for me, it's like, yeah, I just want to play a good game. Seriously. If it's not a good game, I don't want to play it. If it has a bunch of microtransactions that I don't care for, I probably don't want to play it because it has a bunch of microtransactions that makes it not a very good game. So, I don't know. Kind of sad to think about gaming in general these days. Mobile games are such a gigantic market share, and so many of them have absolutely predatory monetization. Yeah, I mean, majority of mobile games today is literally just slots. So I kind of feel like it's a cop-out to say that mobile games are even games in the first place, because a lot of it is just like gambling, more or less. Fear for the perception of acceptable things in gaming in younger generations. not only acceptable things, but kind of the mental impact that it will have on someone. This idea that success is more important than enjoyment. So if you can pay for success, that's more important than you having fun with the thing you're doing. I feel like we're moving value from doing something that you enjoy instead of what we have now, where everything is just be better than your next peer. And that can't possibly be good for any younger generations at all. How am I supposed to do this? Maybe I should have gone the other route instead. It's actually easier to make it over the... Whoa. The snow down the mountain and this place. I always get stuck here. But yeah, there's a lot of things in gaming today that is kind of awful. Not only monetization ways, I would say even the fad about always having like wikis and games kind of being solved super quickly. Does the same to a lot of these things, because a lot of my problem solving ability today, I would say, is because I played a lot of games when I was a kid, where I needed to find solutions to issues. Today you just go to a wiki and that's all you're doing. You don't get that experience of actually learning something and kind of finding solutions to different things. Which sucks. It actually really sucks. Just like being stuck in this mud. Come on. Can't reach that either. I am moving a little bit. Not a lot, but... Gosh, if I had some sort of traction in this mess. Gonna run out of fuel here as well. We do this. Didn't help at all. Noticed that as well. Actually, WoW can be a great example for that. Back in the day when it launched 2004, there were no wikis, even the more acceptable info sites with search functions appeared slowly over time. More pure time. The sense of exploration was greater. Nowadays, people data mine most of the new stuff before an expansion even gets released. Yeah, totally. Totally. And that fucking sucks. There was so much fun stuff that you could do back in the day with like games. Before it all just went to shit and everyone was expecting to have solutions given to them constantly. I guess that's both the upside and also the downside of internet. You can find answers to everything. But then again, I never have to feel like I can't finish a game either. Like I did back in the days. Like if you weren't good at the game, you might just not be able to complete that game. You would never be able to see what the end of it is. You don't have that today. Today it's like, if you don't know what to do, you can always go watch someone else do it on YouTube or look it up on a guide how to do it yourself. Like the inclusivity is a lot bigger today than it was back in the day, I would say. So, how far will we make it? Maybe down the hill, if we're lucky. Or not. Probably not. How does you look when it comes to fuel? You have nothing on the roof, so I guess you're empty. But the yard. You're also empty. Recliner it is. I'm literally flat out right now. What the hell? Yeah. Internet is one of those things that... It's like the Industrial Revolution, right? You can't really put it into perspective how extremely big impact it has on not only our lives, but like everyone's. Even the people that don't use it. Maybe I should go there instead. Try that. Imagine the people back in the day who looked at the internet and said, yeah, no, this is just gonna be a phase. It's gonna blow over in no time. That must be like the worst feeling ever. Running out of power on my headphones as well. Time for a change. I don't want to stop here, so I'm gonna wait a little bit. This is good. There we go. Can hear the game again. That's nice. And honestly, you don't even need data mining to kind of spoil releases like that. Companies are so fucking hyped all the time nowadays that they will literally spoil release it before they have even released them themselves. Like, you know everything about an expansion just from the information that the company puts out about the expansion. They release it because people expect it. Yeah, both that and it builds hype, right? The whole gaming industry today is kind of based around the idea that you want to build pre-orders because that's safety. So if you can build pre-orders by showing people everything that they're getting, that's worth it at the end of the day. So doesn't matter if they're not as satisfied when they finally get to play the game. You've already sold it at that point, so you made your money. I guess that's another thing as well to the whole idea that I haven't found a game now that I'm excited about. Like the majority of games that are being discussed, you never know when they're gonna release anyway, right? Because majority of games are being pushed back all the time anyway. So Like, yeah, you might find a game that you find really interesting, but that's no promise that you will actually be able to play it eventually. Most recently we heard about, is it Skull and Bones or something? Being released for the, what, 6th time or something? Which is kinda crazy. There, change over to you. And let's go get the first load of logs delivered. At least the rest of this trip should be fairly simple. Make it through here without tipping over. Fucking Azov is broken, dude. How do you make a truck that's this stable? I guess it's because it's so damn low as well, but like, I don't know. Feels like you can throw this guy through whatever you want and there's never an issue. Unless it gets high centered somehow. Or bogged down in like super deep mud. Please don't. Thank you. I know I'm cutting corner, but you don't have to fuck me over because of it. We can be civilized and allow me to cut some corners every now and then. I think that's fine. This is the downside of this truck. Every time you wanna go through something like this, you're constantly stuck. Games getting delayed is mostly a good thing. Yeah, to some extent. Rushed games are terrible. The problem is that I don't know, sometimes it feels like games are not really delayed because they need more time to be developed. I feel like a lot of times games are just delayed because they don't feel like they have a good monetization option for it at the moment. Either that or it's pushed to such a large scale that it's like unreasonable to get it done at all, and it's gonna be terrible anyway, regardless of how good the game itself could have been. Fucking hell, I hate this. Imagine having a raised suspension or anything. Something like that. There we go. That's better. Thank you, game. But yeah, in general, I would agree. I find a lot of games being rushed. I just don't know if delays are actually the answer. Let's take Warcraft as an example. Warcraft 3 Reforged was hyped, but pretty much universally disliked. It's a very lazy and disappointing version compared to what was promised. Activision didn't give the project a devs or time. Yeah. Like, look at Starfield. Do you really think Starfield is gonna be, what, 6 years better because they have delayed it forever? I somehow doubt that. It might be good, but it's not gonna be 6 years good. Seriously? Yeah, I think it's reasonable to have delays on games to some extent, but I also think that a lot of the delays is probably just bad management, and time is not gonna solve bad management in any shape or form. That's just not something that's gonna happen. I have zero doubt that Bethesda will find a way to ruin it with an outdated engine and 1,000 bugs. Yeah. You have a point. Wouldn't be the first time, I guess. I don't know. Honestly, I think the best way that you can play games today is literally just open up Steam and pick one. There's so much games today and so many uncut gems. Or undiscovered gems, maybe I should say. And it doesn't really make sense for you to just snow yourself into one specific game. Why the fuck did I go here? I guess I had to. You can't really go right because then you run into that building, but still. Now I have to go back on myself. Can you make it through over here somewhere? I know you can go between the tables there, but can you go here somewhere instead? I think so, at the water edge here, right? You can go left. Yeah. That goes to the same spot. I don't think I've ever gone this way before. I always go between the tables at the railway station. Maybe this is just awful mud throughout the whole place. We have somewhere to winch to. But yeah, I really feel like Starfield could be super cool. But they're probably gonna absolutely destroy it with like bugs. As you said, Bethesda is notorious for that at this point, and I don't think we're gonna see a massive improvement this time. There's a lot of game companies that kind of live off of an old expectation or an old reputation, maybe I should say. For fuck's sake, game. I can't both winch, drink, and drive. You have Bethesda, who is literally only living off their reputation. Their games today seems to be more or less unplayable to an extent that no one else would get away with. I think DICE is a little bit better now since they were released again from their current or previous overlords. Same thing with Bungie. Also just been released, but again they also did a lot of weird fucking stuff, so yeah, I'll see. Well, we can't count to 3, yeah. Honestly, I think it's a good option for them. I think they'll fuck up if they released Half-Life 3. People have so high expectations now, and honestly Half-Life 2 is not as good as people make it out to be. That no matter what they release, people will not be satisfied with Half-Life 3. There is no way they can make that work. And Half-Life 2 released in a very, very particular moment where there was this massive technological leap, both when Half-Life 2 released, but also when Half-Life 1, and the difference between them as well. Like the difference between Half-Life 2 today and Half-Life 3, it wouldn't be that big because you can't do that much with it. Like, yeah, you can improve the graphical quality to some extent. But other than that, they can't really improve that much on the gameplay itself. The biggest thing that they can do is to release a VR game. That's like the big new thing, more or less. And let's face it, that's exactly what they did. So I think they probably shoot themselves in the foot if they were to release a Half-Life 3. There just isn't a good way to do that. And also they would kill the meme, so they would be hated for that as well. Industry in general today is kind of moving a lot slower than it did back in the day, so game development doesn't really have the same kind of movement to it as it did back in, I don't know, early 2000s and 2010s even. You don't even care about Half-Life games yourself? You like Team Fortress 3 or Portal 3? Yeah. Portal, I think, is a better option for them to release in. Because Portal was very much... Let's say puzzles you can do forever. There's no extent of puzzles that feels like, oh, but I've already done this too many times. Like, puzzles is endless. And Portal is more about story and puzzles than what Half-Life was. Half-Life was very, very kind of driven on this new kind of first-person shooter engine, and eventually they released it on the Source engine as well. So like that kind of part of the world doesn't exist the same way as it did before, I would say. So I think, yeah, Portal 3 would make a lot more sense. claim they aren't planning or just being Steam company and that they're still developing games, but not much to show this far. I mean, they are delivering plenty of games. They are they don't focus on anything that doesn't make them ridiculous amounts of money. So unless it says Counter-Strike on it or it says Dota on it, they're not gonna deal with it. Because it won't make them like disgusting amounts of money at the end of the day. And Counter-Strike is more or less just an prolongation of Half-Life, right? Comes from the same engine. It was more or less designed in the same game, just like Dota. It just became way more successful in the long run than the actual original game was. So I mean, making Half-Life today would just be taking the Counter-Strike Go engine and then stamping on a few things. And that's probably what they would do if they actually decided to make Half-Life 3. And that's why I'm saying that if they do that, they would probably shoot themselves in the foot. Because that's not going to be good. So I'm way happy with them not making a new Half-Life. Sounds like a really good idea to me. But yeah, Team Fortress is actually one of the games that I don't think I've ever gotten into. I had a friend of mine who played a lot of Team Fortress. I just haven't really gotten to there at any point. I'm still glad that Valve is a private company. Even though, yes, they focused on making a lot of money, but they haven't been evil in the sense of the big classical publisher, EA and Activision. Yeah, that's true. That's true. As kind of the good guy of the industry, I would say that Steam has been doing quite a good job. Without a doubt. They've not only been doing good guy things, but they've at least done more good guy things than a lot of other guys have. Which I guess is memorable to some extent. Even though that's quite a low bar. Valve has done so much for Linux. Yeah, I mean, to their own advantage, I guess, but still, yeah, they've done a lot of it. Switched my desktop PC from Windows in 2018. It's almost night and day how much easier it is to run games on Linux now. Yeah, I fully understand that. How do you feel like Linux is working on in general for like day-to-day things? I've had it in the kind of back of my head all the time that maybe I should switch over to Linux. Mostly because it's usually a lot lighter to run. And I like to tinker, and that seems to be a lot better with Linux than with Windows. But then I'm kind of afraid of the support part of it. Like, will I be able to run the programs I'm running today, for example? But yeah, with the Steam Deck, I mean, Valve was kind of forced to take action in the Linux community. If they're gonna have the Steam Deck as like their main game console, they kind of had to do something. Because let's face it, Steam machines are not even a thing anymore. So I sincerely hope the hate the shin of this damn truck. Stuck on everything. Out of niche things, everything just works. It doesn't collect analytics and never decides to run updates on its own. Yeah. Been happy with most things, of course, it's easy to tinker with too. Yeah. Honestly, this kind of craze that has been over Windows updates, I have never had any issues with that. A lot of people are complaining about Windows updates. I literally just tell it to never update unless I'm asleep. And I have never had Windows update on me when I didn't want to. And very rarely has updates that I've run myself kind of ran into issues either. But yeah, the analytics thing I agree with, and my biggest worry right now is that Microsoft is moving everything to the cloud, and I really don't want to be on the cloud to that extent. So that's the main reason as to why I would move. I just want to make sure that I can keep my local PC local. Like there's programs on Windows now that you can't even run without a Windows or a Microsoft account. So some things on Windows 10 I can't even run because I have a local account instead of a Microsoft one. And that's just dumb, right? That makes no fucking sense. Like it's a program on my computer. Why would I not be allowed to run it because I don't have a email account on your service? Makes no sense. Every time I get stuck on this thing, go on the other side. Okay, that's easier. Yeah, works. Huh. Last time I used Windows was when I set up this PC, ran benchmarking programs, and used overclocking tools. I remember how they disrespected the user. I set up everything to not run telemetry and disabled so many components and then upgraded to the next big seasonal whatever upgrade. And it had reset all of the settings by default. Yeah. More idealistic person in general. Yeah, I think that's a thing for me as well. I don't really care that much about telemetry. I just kind of don't want to have a bunch of bloat running on my computer, and if they send information to a server, I don't really fucking mind. Like, I don't know who is trying to fool people into the idea that your telemetry is not being sent already. You have a fucking phone in your pocket constantly. Like, they already get the information. I'm willing to deal with more effort if it feels better and the right thing to do. Linux is a good fit. Yeah, I totally think that Linux kind of has a place within the industry, and with the kind of focus from Valve, it kind of puts it more in a mainstream place as well. Not only kind of neckbeards who want to use it. So I think it's a good thing to have competitors in a space. I don't know why, but these cliff sites never render their model for me. They always look like this. Might need to kind of repair my game files or something to fix that. I don't know. You're way more into this than I am. Honestly, my information is probably everywhere. If you don't have my information, you're probably a bad company. I feel like that kind of ship sailed a long time ago. So keeping my information secure seems just boneheaded at this point. But I really, what you call it, admire? Yeah, that's the word. I admire you people that has the tenacity to still do it. I don't. Okay, one last load of long logs. Medium logs, I mean. You're not blaming me for that attitude? I get it, data is such a valuable thing right now. It's more about the principle of even slightly trying to be in control. Yeah, that's kind of my attitude to it. I already lost control, so why would I not just fuck around and do whatever I want then? You could probably run a Google search and find my account number or something. Bank account number. I have no fucking clue how much information there is actually available. I know, being from Sweden, you can literally find all of my personal information on the internet. It's published by the state, so it's useless to keep that information away from me, or away from anyone. As long as you know my name, you're like good to go when it comes to all of that stuff, so I don't know. I feel like this panic about personal information. Yeah, that ship has sailed. I think if I were to do anything with that kind of stuff, it's more likely I do it because of the technology being cool. As I said, I would probably move to Linux because I like to tinker with it more than me moving to Linux because I want to keep my data safe. What am I exactly hitting here? I don't feel like I should be hitting anything. That thing is much bigger than the actual model of it. Anyways, if you're not playing SnowRunner, what do you play? There isn't much that can't be worked around or done. Yeah. I feel like I just fucked this up quite badly. Okay. Maybe I should look at what I'm doing when I'm doing this. It's hard enough when you're fucking seeing yourself. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think a lot of Linux is just, as I said, neckbeards who like the idea of being able to do anything they want. And I say neckbeard as in myself being included, so it's not disrespectful in any way. Kinda sucks how cargo doesn't have that much weight usually in this game. It's like super easy to slip off. Makes using this guy a lot harder than it should be. Close am I? Literally driving into it. Okay. Might be good enough. I had a ridiculous long period of playing old school RuneScape. That is something that a lot of people are talking about, RuneScape. I watched Josh Strafe, really bad with names, and he speaks a lot of RuneScape, especially the old school one. And it looks super cool. Again, I just don't have the time to get into something like that. I had to force myself to take an extended break for 2 months ago. Dabble in a few games after that, including finishing the SnowRunner achievements. As you know, lately I've been playing Diablo 2 Resurrected. Oh, you have Strange Haze. Yeah. It's a quality remaster and it had a 50% discount, so I finally bought it. Radio original a ton. Yeah, Diablo 2 is something that I've been kind of sleeping on. The remaster. I never played the first game. Or the original at all. So I wouldn't be able to even compare those two, but I've heard a lot of good things about both iterations, both the original and also the remake. So I would be really interesting to looking into it at some point. Again, it's an issue with time, right? I sound like a broken record, but honestly, it feels like I am wasting not wasting. I'm spending so much time on other things that I don't know how to have time for that stuff. I just watched your stream before I came here. It's a cool guy. I follow this content for a good while now. Yeah, he does a lot of cool stuff actually. I like his long form content. Honestly, never seen him stream even once. I've seen a few clips, but that's about it. So I wouldn't be able to tell you what I feel about his streams, but I'm sure they're good. Would surprise me if they weren't. He seems like a cool guy, so. And if they weren't, I'm in no fucking position to tell anyone else that their streams aren't good, so. Heck if I knew. I really like that he has a super clear kind of image to his personality and his content. Like, as soon as you see him, you kind of know what you are expecting. Come on. No. Did I just fucking delete a... It double checked my button and then it just deleted a fucking logo over there. What the hell? Fucking stupid. Okay. I guess we're doing this twice then. Ah, that is so dumb. Okay. Is this an issue with... Yeah, I just need to be higher up. It's 50% off still. $20 on the Battle.net. Yeah, I think that it's probably gonna be quite cheap for a while. It makes sense. Like, they've already sold the majority of what they're expecting to sell for that game. What am I doing here? There we go. That's so hard. Kinda low-key interested in Diablo 4. It's probably gonna be a microtransaction mess. But maybe, just maybe, it will be good. And I'll be having fun with it. That hole is the fucking worst. Yeah, I should change over and do this with the controller instead. The streaming schedule has been really random. Not a very focused stream. He jokes around a lot and rambles about random things. Today was assembling Warhammer 40k miniature for 2 hours. Managed to get like 2 done. Seems to occasionally stream some older games as a podcast on Mondays. D&D campaign on Wednesdays, etc. I don't follow his stuff religiously, but try to catch a variety streams whenever I can, as it's a good time. Yeah. That's more of the understanding I had of his content as well. But he played majority of older games and then he has a few podcasts. That's more or less the understanding I had myself as well. Let's not go all the way into that fucking pit now and see if we can do this without tipping over. Even drop you down a little bit so you don't swing from side to side like crazy. Cautiously optimistic. Yeah, that's more or less my idea of it as well. I just hope that it's not gonna be like solely an MMO. Diablo has always been kind of a single player experience for me. I never cared for the MMO aspects of it. I just hope that I can continue playing it as a single player experience. So, should I try to nudge those? I should. Diablo 3 was fairly terrible. I actually had a lot of fun with Diablo 3. I know that's not a very popular opinion, but I played Diablo 3 for a really long time actually. Way too long compared to what I probably should have. And had a lot of fun with it. So I understand that people didn't have fun, and the expectation from Diablo 2 was way greater than a lot of them actually felt like Diablo 3 managed to give for them. But I didn't have any expectations. I never played Diablo 2, so for me it was more or less only positive. Actually, it even didn't have that much of a problem with the auction house, like everyone else. That was just kind of a cool feature to me that I mostly could ignore if I didn't like it. Understand now how kind of problematic it was for especially people that played it really seriously. I never kind of did that. As I said, I mostly played those kind of games as single play games. It didn't make sense for me to freak out over that stuff. Oh, I just realized you said the same. I wasn't among the players that complained about the graphics or the auction house, but I hated how crap the loot was and that the story was terrible. Got it better over time with the expansion, but still meh. So many other ARPGs around, like Grim Dawn and upcoming Last Epoch. Played it a lot of hours and I've had plenty of fun for the money as well, but overall it was a disappointment from D2. Yeah, I think that's kind of the feeling majority of people seems to have had from Diablo 3. Like, it was a good game, but it was not as good as Diablo 3 was, or Diablo 2 was. I wonder how much of that is just like stupid nostalgia and people just expecting more or less to feel like they're 14 again. And how much is actually like the game is not as good. I wouldn't be able to know since I haven't played it, but like, I feel like it's very easy to fall into that idea that, oh, but the game isn't very good because it's not giving me the same nostalgic feelings as I had before. Should I just make this easy for myself and back up that truck maybe? I think that might make sense. No! Literally just turn the wheel, you idiot. Luckily I only need one of these, I think. Even though it might actually be easier to pick up all of them. Why are you... The fucking forks under that thing. This isn't even on the middle either. Someone tell these logs to stop messing around. I'm pushing the wrong buttons as well. I can't wait for the Aramatsu. Being able to do medium logs with the log crane as well. It's gonna be so hype. Okay. Let's see if we can get this guy back on there. Luckily we only need one of them, so... So you're supposed to hold the left paddle. Not every time the game understands that I'm trying to hold the left paddle. And then it just messes with me a bunch. Pull you this way. This is nowhere close to being far enough away, right? I'm gonna have to mess around with these damn logs. Make this work. Nope. Nice, and we can stop you. And get going with this. Let me read your message first. I'm sorry, nostalgia. No, I'm not sorry. I'm sure nostalgia played a part, but I really mean that I hated the original quality of loot. Yeah, I mean, Loot 2.0 was done for a reason, right? So that makes perfect sense. The Action House system made the usual loot very, very poor. Almost everything you got was garbage. Yeah. I feel like the loot was more or less designed around the idea that people were gonna use the auction house, which didn't really turn out as well as they wanted. And yeah, that's kind of the reason why Loot 2.0 was more or less designed once the action house was shut down. Even after the power creep was beyond ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, right now the power creep is stupid in D3, right? They have like billions upon billions of damage from different sources. Yeah. Making like trillions of damage. Numbers that majority of players don't even understand how big they are, I would say. And yeah, that's completely unreasonable in every kind of imagination of the word. I don't think that's fun either, but I think WoW or World of Warcraft had the exact same issue for a while. They also had this power creep to the point where they had to slice, was it all damage by like removing zeros more or less at the end. I don't think that's unique to Diablo in some way. It even plays better in Diablo than I would say it does in a MMO, because you're expecting high numbers in a game like that, while in an MMO you don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that's a uniquely issue for Diablo in any way. Oh, can I go up here instead? Maybe that would be easier. Looking at that, probably not. Never mind. That's the way to the warehouse, I guess. Or the watchtower. But yeah, I think that's just a part of game development. Once the game has been ongoing for long enough, you kind of have to rebalance that way. Because if you start releasing a bunch of stuff and it's not better than the previous ones, people are gonna complain instead because you're releasing stuff that's useless. So eventually you're gonna have to do a rebalance like that. I think it went a lot faster with Diablo 3 than it should have. But still, I think it's inevitable if you're running a game that is intended to be played for a long time. Oh, really? I think I want to go right this time and avoid that mud hell that we were through before. Guess they haven't had the resources to do massive changes in D3 for several years now. Most of the team must have been to work on D4 a long time ago. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think they mentioned 2-3 years ago that Diablo is more or less on life support, so to say. They have a specific department that handles like all their games. I remember there was news some time ago that they put Diablo on that department. So yeah, that's not really any news, at least not to me. Not sure if they were specifically moved to Diablo 3, but like the fact that they are not actively developing for the game, that's nothing new. They have the season still, I think. That's still being done, but that's about it as well. After they released Reaper of Souls, I think they had one more kinda DLC that they were working on, but it didn't work out, so they released it in like a big patch at that point. And after that, there has been very limited amount of content. Gosh, I love this truck. So fucking stable. Nothing tipping this over. Yeah, and they've been doing themes for the seasons as well. Not just basic ladder resets. It's good for the fans that are still enjoying it. Still a better experience than Immortal. I mean, Immortal is just a fucking joke, right? I don't know. That was like failed before it even released. To be honest, it's probably one of the better games that you can get on a mobile phone today. Even with all of the microtransactions and stuff. The game itself is probably one of the better ones you can get on a mobile phone. But they kinda killed it before it was even thought of becoming released. So they kinda dug the hole before they even started selling the game. Regardless whether people have phones or not, the game is dead. So yeah, I don't know. Diablo is a really fucking weird entity. For the longest time they did nothing with it, and now they're doing super much with it. And it's fucking all over the place. Like they released Diablo 3 and then they release a mobile clone with a bunch of microtransactions in it. And then they release Diablo 4, which no one really understands what it is. It might be some kind of Lost Ark clones for all I understand so far. So yeah, I don't know what to expect anymore. Let's get some fuel as well. Your Immortal is a good experience for someone who likes the basic D3 concept. Also prefers a mobile platform, but it feels like they gave way too much power to the Chinese co-developer NetEase and fell into the dark side with dollar signs in their eyes. Yeah, I mean, of course. It's a mobile game. They can do whatever the fuck they want to make money. Like, the whole player base for Diablo 3 is like... Or Diablo Immortal is more or less designed around the idea of whales. And mobile gamers don't really have the same community to speak up about those kind of practices. I honestly don't think it's an issue with people like enjoying that stuff. I think it's an issue with people not being able to gather in one place. Because let's face it, where the fuck do you go if you want to talk to people about mobile games? I don't know. I have no clue where you're supposed to go to talk about something like that. There might be somewhere, but like... I wouldn't be able to find it. If I find a bad mobile game, I just stop playing that mobile game. I don't go somewhere to tell people about it. If I find a good mobile game, I play that mobile game. I don't go somewhere to tell people about it. A whale. That's actually a good quote. In a whale versus whale, it's only the developer that wins. I like it. You're fucking smart. Way smarter than I am. Let's see how this goes. Managed to get through here last time without tipping over, so I'm expecting us to be able to do it this time as well. Yeah, it's actually quite funny. I'm not actually that opposed to microtransactions. I just don't want it to completely destroy my game in any way. Either that other people can destroy me because they pay for something, or the other way around. I don't even find it funny if I'm the one that's benefiting from the microtransactions. I always forget that this is slightly higher than all of the other lips. And it will deal damage to me every damn time. Run into the tree, please. Yeah. Excuse me. 4,000 boulders in front of the truck. Makes sense. Do we want to go on top of this, maybe? Ooh, this might be a bad idea. Why the fuck is my truck turning off like that every now and then? Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. It's a complex topic. Generally, I'm not a fan. Said about subscription models. I like the simplicity of just playing for something. Yeah. Either once or monthly. I think having a one-off fee is what I prefer. Even when it comes to like microtransactions. Much prefer to just play once and don't have microtransactions, of course. Why am I stuck here? I'm okay with cosmetic stuff. Pay to win elements, they're problematic. And there are some gray area things as well. I know the Path of Exile's monetization model. I actually have never played Path of Exile. That was kinda exploding at the same time as Diablo 3, and I haven't really played anything that is that time intense after I stopped playing Diablo 3. Paying for convenience, not power. Stash tabs are very useful in the game. Many game mechanics with pretty much currencies that pretty much require stash tabs. Yeah. That sounds familiar, maybe. I think Diablo also had the option to buy stash tabs, if I'm not mistaken. I think you were able to buy for maybe that was something that was implemented later, but I think you're able to purchase stash tabs. As I've grown older, I would even say that I'm getting more and more okay with the idea of like XP boosts and things like that, especially in older games where it kind of just saves you time. Why is this so hard just because I'm pulling a few logs? really didn't think this would be this bad. I thought the water crossing would be the issue, but no. Apparently it's this. BO is free to play for sure. Intent fits that game. Quite a complex beast with somewhat difficult gameplay. I think you should give it a go. At some point, if you like ARPGs, maybe after it gets its 2.0 update. Yeah, I think Path of Exile is one of the games that I am kind of keeping on my radar. What's the other one? Torchlight. It's also one of the ones that I have kind of kept an eye on for a while to see how it... Not how it develops, like Torchlight is more or less dead at this point, but kind of see how much time I feel like I have for those kind of experiences. Because yeah, I do think that I would have a good time with it. I have no doubt about that, actually. I think the biggest reason I haven't been kind of digging into Path of Exile is probably because of the same reason everyone else is. That fucking tech tree that you see on every single video when it comes to Path of Exile, it is terrifying, dude. I don't know. That is too much time for me. That gives me panic just looking at. Really? We're gonna get stuck here? Probably been further to the left. Why is this so fucking hard? I just go through the water instead. Say fuck it. Can't possibly be that deep, right? Played quite a bunch of original Torchlight and also Torchlight 2. They failed with the third one, so I kinda lost interest in that series. Personally, I loved Titan Quest back in the day. Spiri's successor, Grim Dawn, is such a great game. I backed it in Kickstarter many years ago, and I've never had to regret it. The game is complete at its point, but it still got the occasional massive patch. Yeah. There is a lot of those games. Grim Dawn was kind of a sleeper game that I never kinda caught myself. A lot of people has been talking very, very good about Grim Dawn. So I think it would make sense to look into at some point. Another game that I actually more recently has been very interested in is is it V Rising? That has that kind of Grim Dawn aesthetic to it. I think that could be quite cool to play as well. And has this multiplayer aspect to it as well. Let's see if I can pull myself up here and then drag the trailer behind me instead. But yeah, Torchlight is something that I am keeping an eye on, so to say. Why is this so fucking hard? Even without the trailer behind me, I can hardly get up here. There we go. Grim Dam, Grim Dam, Grim. Ah, Jesus Christ. This is going great. Grim Dawn has deep mechanics and good optimization. It's easier to approach than Path of Exile and also a single player experience. Option for multiplayer, but it's not an online game like D3. Yeah. I think I would be more interested in Torchlight. It's just that kind of art style speaks more to me, I would say. But yeah, Grim Dawn would probably be an interesting thing to look into as well at some point. Something else that I more recently has been thinking of, like going back to and taking a look at where it's at right now, is actually Smite. I played a lot of Smite back in the days when it was like in beta. So like beta and early development, when there were only a few heroes or gods that you could play. And I had a lot of fun in that game, so it would be fun to just go back and see what that game is all about now. I'm probably gonna be completely useless playing it, but it was a really good experience. I enjoyed that a lot when I was playing Smite. Plenty of good games in this world, more than I'll ever have time to experience. Yeah. If there's one thing that's true, it's that you never have to feel like you don't have anything to play. It's more this kind of overwhelming feeling of not knowing what to play, I guess. At least for me. I'll tip over if I do this. If we go this way instead. I'm not really close to being able to reach on the other side. Maybe not. And with games becoming cheaper and cheaper as well, I feel like you have so many options. Like between Humble Bundles and Steam. You can get more or less free games constantly, it feels like. Or close to free games. I guess even free games if you want to use Epic. It's always the last place you kinda expect to have issues, where you'll get issues. Please do not tip over. There we go. Now we should be able to make it up here. And we're right outside the fuel station as well, which is nice. Yeah, before I always kept all of the games on Epic Store. Like the free games, I always picked them up. But I've kind of realized now that there is no fucking chance in hell I'm gonna play through even remotely close to all of those games. So right now I'm more or less only picking up stuff that I would have anyway bought. Alright, Steven, coming with your logs. see if I even remember how to cross here. I think you go past here. Yeah. Through there and then up here somewhere. There. Like I did before. Let's see. Just need to make sure that I don't get stuck on some stone. To not get stuck on stones, I should probably be on this side of this tree monstrosity. P12, I can knock those trees over. Apparently not with this guy. Or maybe I need to go faster to do that. Could be a thing as well. Oh, really? There we go. No, I think it's on the backside here. This is where you rescue that Scout 800 as well. Good that rock is not annoying or anything. Not at all in the way. There we go. Now we're moving. Is this even the right spot? This doesn't feel correct. No, it is here. Just go up here somewhere. I feel like it was more obvious where the road was. Maybe it will be once I get up there. Ah, there it is. Okay. Yeah. That's what we're looking for. And one rock destroys the party. Fucking trailer is messing me up. This is a lot steeper than I remember it. Should be doable though. Then we can finally go to a new region, wouldn't that be cool? Bum, bum, bum. Come on. Okay, rest should be fairly smooth sailing, I hope. talk today. I don't know what's going on. I should have gone. Probably should go that way instead. There, and then we just... Oh. Not expect you to be there. Why do I end up in these situations every time? Why can't I? We do that. There we go. We grab you. That up. There we go. That's an easier way around. Yay! No money though. So next up we just need to go around like crazy with this guy. Because we've done everything here now, I think. This is done. This is in Salmon Peak, all of it. This is also in Salmon Peak. It's also in Salmon Peak. Yep. And so are those. No tasks left. Nice. So let's go exploring a bit then. Bought this Land Rover in the last stream. It is so much fun to drive. It's stupid fast. And it doesn't use any fuel at all. Even for a scout, I feel like it's remarkable. super slow high gear for some reason. Everything else is like lightning speed. Should probably have put a snorkel on this. Hi OBR fan, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. You good? Sounds good. I'm doing alright. Just about to make it to the next map here, so... Look at that. That's a very early follow, dude. You don't know how good I am at streaming. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. You playing SnowRunner? You follow SnowRunner streamers? Well, I am guilty of that at least. If anything, I'm guilty of being a SnowRunner streamer. You do? That's nice. How far have you gotten? Ooh, this is a... Frank's house. So Frank's house is a watchtower? No, it's just part of that one. Okay. Residential areas. One there. Okay. So let's start with this one then. Do some exploring before we get anything else working. The puns, those breaking a map beyond fix count as getting far. I guess that's decent. What did you break? So annoying. I thought this would be a good idea to bring this truck here, but no. It doesn't like deep snow apparently. There we go. A little better. What did you break? I still haven't really broken that much in this game. I feel like whatever is broken is usually not due to my actions. It's all train. Everything is trains. That would be interesting. Every single truck is a train. Is this even the road to the warehouse? Maybe it's not. Probably isn't. What are you doing? Anti-ground clearance with this guy's small issue. You broke the map with that train? How did you do that? And which map? Where am I going? This is the opposite direction to where I need to go. The only map with a train? The one where you have to like... Where is this going? Yes, that's the way to go. Wisconsin? Yeah. I haven't made it there yet. Did you manage to flip the train on its side? Is that what you mean? I've heard that that's quite common with people, especially if you go quite fast. The train easily tips over into that little lake that's there, or like a bog. You did it after the mission? Yeah. No, I haven't made it to Wisconsin yet, so I have no clue what's up with that. A mission here. This is a beautiful game though. Look at that view. I should have went to the garage first. Why? What do I need at the garage? Oh, I have no clue that that was a thing. It's my first playthrough, so I do not know that much about... Well, I don't know anything about this region. I just do what I always do. I didn't even expect there to be a garage in this region, actually. Usually there isn't. If I need help, just let me know. Thank you, pal. Thank you, pal. In general, I like to find out things by myself, but if I need some help, I'll let you know. It's always good to have someone with a little bit more experience in the chat. Or when you are kind of losing your shit and... New objective. Warehouse in the mountains. What do you want me to do? Deliver cargo containers to all kinds of places. Sure. Accepted. At least this vehicle is really, really cheap to drive. Like, should have enough fuel to make it around everywhere. Hopefully. Play the game from day one. That's quite cool. I have played the game from the very day when they released Hardmode. Did not play the game prior to when Hardmode released. This is the way I break the game. I can't use my winch every now and then. Maybe I should have used the R instead. That made more sense. This guy seems to be useless when it comes to mud. Hi Suffice, how is it going? Nice to see you again. It's okay, you can misspell my name. I can hardly pronounce it myself, so it's all good. You're doing hard mode right now? Yeah. I actually wasn't very interested in the game before they released hard mode. I always felt like SnowRunner needed some sort of economy aspect to it. Some sort of challenge. And I think hard mode was exactly what I was kind of looking for. How the fuck is this supposed to work? Yeah, I stream on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. You're playing this game again, nice to hear. Damn, you're in Maine already? Have you actually played through each region all the way up to Maine, or did you just skip a few of them and didn't 100% it? Otherwise you're really fucking fast. I've been playing for months and I'm just now in the second map of Yukon. Maine is hell. I mean, to my understanding, Amur is worse, but not in order, you skipped. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. You skipped Kola, Peninsula, and Amur. Okay. Hi, guy on YouTube. Next I will probably do Yukon, I'm thinking. Yeah, Yukon is really... It takes a long time with all of the missions here. Especially with the region that I just did. That flooded foothills is a fucking nightmare. This is nice though. So how do I get up to the actual watchtower? Should have gone left there. Okay. Bring your best trucks. Yeah, make sure you can bring anything that can pull a 8-slot trailer, and I think it should be good. That's more or less the experience I've had. What is happening here? My steering wheel just lost all of its connection and now it's resetting. What the hell? What is going on? I just lost all of my force feedback and my steering wheel just resets. Just give me a moment, I'm gonna try to restart my game here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Sometimes my game just decides to fuck up. We'll write that down. Please do, please do. I had a really hard time with Yukon, especially when it comes to fuel. Everything just takes forever. Is there any free fuel in Yukon? To my knowledge, at least in the flooded foothills, there is 2 trailers. So you have one scout trailer and then you have one of the 2-liter trail behind trailers. That's the amount that I know of. There's probably something in the next region as well, but I do not know. Maybe OBR fan can let you know. Well, that's all the wine we have for the evening. October 2nd. You're welcome. Anytime. Anytime, my dude. There we go. Now we got a working game again. Not a working stream though. What happened here? Why do we not have... There we have the game as well. There we go. Now my wheel is working as well. Lucky me. Except for now it's decided that... What's going on here? There we go. There we go. I very rarely find myself be able to break this game, but this game very often finds itself being able to break itself. I unlocked the 6455B in main. Yet did not buy it. Need a bit more money to buy the upgrades to before I invest. Deployment. These are always in the budget. Geez, they are a burden, lol. Yeah. It is quite an expensive journey to play hard mode, I would say. But it's also what makes the game really, really interesting, according to my own opinion. I never use a truck outside of the region where it was found, so any free trucks I just leave in the region where it is, and then I only use the trucks that I have already bought myself outside of those regions. Which makes it even worse because you have to buy all of the trucks that you're using, or at least the ones you wanna be able to depend upon. Which kinda sucks. Makes it a challenge, most challenging game I ever played, I think. I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think it's that challenging. Yeah, it's hard, but it's not like stupid hard in any way. If you play it reasonably, you should be able to. Oh my god. Obiorfan, you are so right. I'm literally... Okay, well, I'm not that far away. I can just go through here and then I'm at the garage anyway, so... That's fine. Wrong turn. Got a warehouse thingy. I already took that one. I double up on cargo. What do you mean? That you use... Wow, they even have logs here. Didn't expect that. Okay. You pack the cargo and then you add more. I do not do that. Not because I want to be elitist or anything, but I like the idea of making the game as hard as possible. So I do not deliver anything that is not packed, and I don't move anything that is not packed except for like small routes. The only time it kind of annoys me to do it that way is probably with logs. With logs, I would kind of enjoy. not packing it and be able to pull all of the logs at once. But I don't even do it with those, so I guess I just love pain at the end of the day. What is this? It's fucking weird. Okay. Goes through a rock as well. What is that? And it disappears when I put my camera in it. That's a graphical glitch, right? It's not supposed to be there. I think so. Yeah, if you look at the what's my thoughts on fuel siphoning? What do you mean with fuel siphoning? Like moving between trucks? I think it's fine. Going to a cheaper region to buy fuel and then going back to a more expensive region is a big no-no in my game, at least. If you take a look at my description on YouTube, you'll see kind of the rules I'm playing with. And yeah, I try to make the game as horrendously impossible as possible. And that's kind of how I'm having fun. But I know that's not for everyone, so at the end of the day, what's most important is that you're having fun. Not everyone enjoys the masochistic ideas of my gameplay. What's the best way to cross this? Probably on this side. I don't have a snorkel on this truck, so I can't go through ice or water very easily. Should probably put the snorkel on, which I can do at this garage, right? Wherever the fucking entrance is. Wow, this reminds me of Michigan. Garage in Michigan is like identical to this, right? This is where you have the fleet start. Yeah, it's a fucking carbon copy. Even down to that little shed over there. That's funny. Okay. I guess Saber was like, yeah, we can't be arsed. Should I put the snorkel on at least? It seems very much like a lazy copy-paste. Yeah, exactly. It is identical. I'm certain of it. Anonymous winch. Did I get some other tires? Raised suspension and some other tires. I have some money. How does the missions look here? That looks annoying. We have a lot of these, like deliver there. We need to bring them from the other region. Okay. What about these? Some logs, 30 grand. I should be able to make enough money that I can afford some raised suspensions and stuff here. Does anyone know if the 31-inch Land Rover tires, are they somehow better than these? I don't feel like they should be. Or excellent, excellent. These are excellent for everything except for mud. Is it worth it? Do I think the P12 would do well in Yukon for logging? I do not think the P12 would be a great fit for Yukon. No. I think the P12 would be... Well, maybe not. It's not that much... sorry, I'm reading P12, P16. I'm thinking P16, but I'm saying P12. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't use the P16 very much myself, so I don't have a good reference to it. Let's leave those on. Keep having fun in the new zone. I'm off to bed. It's already way later than normal for me. Good luck. Catch you another time. Sounds good, Orange Creek. Thank you so much for showing up today. Appreciate it. Good night. Take good care. Kind of weak with no all-wheel drive. I wouldn't say it's weak with no all-wheel drive. It's just that there's a lot of logs or rocks in Yukon when you're like crossing waters and stuff. So I'm just not sure if it would have the power to push over those logs. That's my worry. I don't think it's an issue getting through mud and stuff like that. You used it in Wisconsin and it did well. I'm not sure if there is a lot of like I don't know if Wisconsin has a lot of fucking hell words, stones. So I can't really speak whether that would be an issue or not. You drive along this thing? Guess I should prefer to get over on the other side of... Yeah, that's gonna be suicide. I can go through here, right? And then maybe cross over there. Then again, I need to get down to this. Is this a train track? Kinda looks like a train track. I should go the other way. Kind of feels like that's easier. Unstable foundation. Yeah, let's go that way. That makes more sense. I should get some other lights on here as well. Yeah, I only used it a little bit in Michigan. The P16. Other than that, I have not used it that much. That's nice. 400, definitely worth it. Bumper, fog lighter, hunter. That looks dope. It's a shame it doesn't have any extra lights though. Horns, dark, downward sun visor. I don't like the sun visors, they usually look really boring. Rover rims, that's fine. Get that color instead. This is a carbon copy of the Michigan Black River one. Without a doubt. It's so funny. Alright. Can't really blame them. They released so much content. If they reuse a little bit of it, it's really not an issue. So I'm gonna pick up that mission at least, and then I think we continue to the right here, but I'm not 100% certain. $6,000, sounds good. Liver diagnostic thingy to research point 1. Okay. can't do that with this one. Yeah, we're definitely going right. Question is, how the shit do I get up? I'll go around and we'll see. Cool, man. Thanks for all the info. Helps a lot for my Hardmode campaign. So far I've done Michigan, Alaska, Tamir, Wisconsin, and a little bit of Koala Peninsula, and now Maine. You've been fucking busy, man. Holy shit. I have like been playing for, I don't know, 300 hours at least. And I've 100%ed Michigan, Alaska, Tamir, Koala Peninsula, and now I'm working on Yukon. I don't know how you make it that quickly. 55% done with Yukon. So about halfway. You are just flying through the missions, my man. Whoa. Is ice or snow? It is ice. Okay. So we want to keep the chains on the majority of trucks. Okay, I can just sneak over to the snow over here and he should be fine. Koala kicked your ass. I honestly think Koala was a lot easier than I've heard. A lot of people have hyped up Koala as this like super hard region. I've not had that much issues with it actually. It was harder than the other regions, but I don't feel like it was that much harder than the other regions. You go here and just get up to the watchtower here. I feel like that's the way to go. I got the F750 though, which is good. Yeah, I left that in Koala. Broke even. Come back later. Yeah. That's the cool part. Everyone that plays SnowRunner, I feel like, plays SnowRunner differently. So no one plays exactly the same as anyone else. And I still don't feel like when I'm playing the game that it's sort of a sandbox game in that way. So it's really cool to see how everyone tackles different things. Wonder where all of the upgrades are here. I think I have a few more upgrades to pick up. Yeah, 3 more. This car acts really weird in snow like this. Occasionally it gets completely bogged down and then the next time it's just getting traction and it's like flying through everything without any issue. Kinda weird. And it's so light that it can't go over small things like that. Tamir was a bit rough too. Left that one with only 67% down. Oh really? I actually found Tamir to be one of the easier maps. Once you find out that the worst thing you can do in Tamir is to follow the roads, Tamir become quite easily actually. Tamir is just all about going around on other places than where you think you're supposed to go. Holy shit, this is muddy. Well, not muddy, but deep snow, I guess, and mud underneath. Game, if I want to use my winch, can I do that? We agree on that. I would really enjoy that. Holy shit, this is deep. I just sank through this. I go some other place. If I go here instead, I don't sink so much. There we go. Yeah, no, I really felt like Tamir was maybe not on par with Michigan, but I feel like Alaska was harder than Tamir when I played through, but then again, it might just be that I found a route that you didn't, and that made my game a lot easier while you had a lot harder time. Probably someone who had a lot easier time with Alaska than I did instead. Because yeah, Alaska I felt was such a pain. There we go. That one will not move. Oh yeah, it will. Huh, nice. Didn't expect that. Alaska, you did okay. Yeah, exactly. You probably found something in Alaska that made your gameplay a lot easier that I didn't. Just like I probably found something in Tamir that made my playthrough a lot easier there. Because at the end of the day, SnowRunner is just all about finding routes that won't kill you. Lots of fuel there. Still need to get a couple of upgrades. Might go back for a scout. Yeah. I feel like that's the name of the game in the at least first two maps. Michigan and Alaska have a lot of fuel available to them. Compared to Yukon, it's like day and night. I need to go up to the left here, or no, I can go around. The truck is yours? Yeah. A lot of people like that truck. It's very expensive to buy though, so I don't have one. But if I were just playing through normally, I would probably use that a lot as well. Also the 39 Marshall. That's one of the Russian small scouts, right? With the flotation tires. I have not used that one very much. I think it's quite expensive and I just didn't want to pay the money for it. You love it? The DLC with pre-order? No, that wasn't with the pre-order. That was for the Season 2 DLC, right? Because I didn't pre-order and I have it. I think that was for the Season 2 package, the anniversary one. This region actually feels like it's gonna be quite simple so far. Nothing really hard. Only 2 missions here. Gosh, this game is gorgeous though. Holy shit, they did a good job. Ooh, we got an upgrade location as well. Right here. Boom fuck nowhere. Residential area, cabin construction site. Oh, another caterpillar. Then I can sell one of them, that's nice. Power line maintenance. Need to pick that one off the cliff. I think I had that one somewhere else, right? No? I guess not. I put the freeway gearbox on it for the Tennessee map at the moment. The Marshall, you mean? I feel like a freeway is just murderous. You're just looking for trouble if you go with that one. Doing Tennessee simultaneously. Yeah. I think I should pick up... Yeah, that's where I saw it. It was literally in front of me. Okay. So let's pick you up and then pick that one up. Where's the next watchtower? Over here. I think I can reach that through this road, probably. So I would need to go back the same way I came. What are these residential areas? Go down and have a look at that. Then that upgrade I can pick up when I go back from that watchtower, I guess. Discover that one too. Go up this way. Help! I need your help! I was fishing off the rocks there and didn't see my car roll down into the lake. Now I can not get it out, but you could easily do it. Sure. Fisherman's car. Oh, no way, it literally rolled into there. How am I supposed to get that out? Like a crane truck from above here? No, you won't be able to reach that with a crane truck. You would have to go down there somehow. Right? If you go this way and then go around, you can pull it up here somehow. That's an issue for another time. We're not gonna do any missions now. Just gonna scout a little bit and then I'll probably stop the stream actually. It is getting quite late here. I think it's like 3 AM now. Yeah. Pick up a few more watchtowers and then we'll see if we have any more energy left. We're running low on fuel as well. Luckily I do have some on the roof. Cheers. Yeah. That'll probably be a good half an hour, 40 minutes more at least, but... we'll see. Oh, what was that? Do I need to bring this guy somewhere? Yeah, I need to pick that guy up and then deliver him literally just down there. Okay. Oh, that's easy. That's easy enough. Nothing I can do with this guy though. I've been driving so many heavy scouts now. First I was using the Lodestar, and now I previously were using the Yar. Now this guy is so damn light that I can't even go through these like small trees every now and then. This is the Yukon region you're doing then. Yes, this is the Yukon region. Correct. Correct. Yeah, it's actually a really good map. I like it. The flooded foothills is a little bit of a slug, but like, it's not that bad. Just make sure you have some really heavy trucks and then you'll do alright. Could be a lot worse. How the fuck are you supposed to deliver up there? Please tell me you can just literally drop it over there. There's no way you get a truck up there. Maybe you like use a heavy crane and lift up one of the scout ones. Unload. No, it literally tells you to unload. You need to get there from behind somehow. Okay. And that's where the... Yeah. That's where we are supposed to put cabins eventually, I guess. Looks like it. Tunnel, garage. Yeah, having some mud monsters here is probably good. This guy is not doing great. It's a little bit too light when it comes to mud. Why is my steering wheel just losing its fucking connection every now and then? It's so weird. Never had that happen before. If I go, you reset my settings. Sure thing. Reverse gear. No. Bum, bum. Okay. This is one with the small forks. Okay. Ooh, can I make it over this? Yeah, I can. Gonna go up here. Ooh, this is muddy. Wonder if this guy is actually gonna maybe be able to make it up here. If I'm running out of fuel, I won't. Actually not that muddy. Just looks a lot muddier than it is. Well, that's nice. This is where I can go right if I want to. Sure if I do. Up to that place. How the fuck do you get here? From behind somehow? Guess I can go up here first at least. Huh. So then I have to go all the way around and then up this way. Somehow. Sure. Yeah, somehow I feel like this region is gonna be easier than the first one. First one was such a slog with all the mud and stuff. This one seems to be fine as long as you have some clearance on the truck. Hey, what do you want delivered? Don't know. Can I just sneak up here somehow? Sneak up this way. Yeah, I think I can do that. Truck is so small and nimble, I feel like I should be able to get up here. Famous last words. Can we just not this game? Hello, babe. How you doing? We're about to hit the sack. Yes, going backwards is a lot easier than going forwards. Am I supposed to? So I just need to go down here. Almost about to see. Yeah. Sounds good. I'm probably gonna wrap up the stream here shortly as well. I just wanted to unlock a little bit more on the map before I do. Oh, this is not at all sketchy. What do you mean? Oops. There we go. See? Perfect. Hardly need to use this. That. Hardly needed to use the winch even. Perfect. And another one of these absolute fantastic vistas. I don't know why it's blue. My game is really fucking buggy nowadays. Landslide on the highway. That one we probably want to get rid of quite quickly. Came to say goodnight. We'll get a headache if I stretch this any longer. No one is asking you to stretch anything, babe. Just go to bed. It is the best you can do. It is the best you can do. Anything else that we want to look into here? Tools for the warehouse. I think I already have that one. Nope. So many missions to pick up. So many missions to pick up. Where am I? Right here, so I will go down there. Don't need to pick up that one. That one's already available to me. Guess we're going out this way then. So head down there and then go this way. Kablam, and then from there we'll see. Here shortly. Might have gone in Z, but you know, that doesn't bother you. Yeah, it's fine. I'll survive. Talk to you tomorrow, if nothing else. Maine has quite some nice free fuel in it. Yeah, that's nice. It's good that they haven't completely lost the idea of giving us free fuel. Not as much as Alaska. I mean, it's a later stage map, so I wouldn't expect there to be as much available fuel. The fact that there is any free fuel is kind of a win in my book. Should I go get the landslide first? Yeah, I should. Maybe season 3 they will be more observant for hard mode players. I don't know, I don't think they are really doing anything for hard mode players. Hard mode was kind of something that... I should probably follow this one. Hard mode was more or less something that they just did because the community wanted it. So I don't think it's a developer wanted edition, if you know what I mean. So I wouldn't expect there to be much development in the kinda idea that hard mode is in the game. I think they're gonna continue to balancing around normal, and that's why hard mode is gonna continue being hard. They make you buy a generator from main, unfortunately, and it's hardly used. Yeah, I mean, it's the same with all trailers, right? You get a lot of trailers that are only used once or that you need to buy multiple times. It's kind of part of the struggles with hard mode, I would say. It's the same with the exploration units that you use in Koala, I guess. It's also used in Tamir, right? Yeah. Those are the same. You also have to either find the one that you need or you need to buy one. Yeah, this seems really simple. I kinda look forward to getting here with larger vehicles. The only thing that I'm missing so far is fuel. I haven't seen any fuel anywhere. Rumor is the release date could be next or a week after for season 3. No chance. You haven't even released phase 8 yet in season 2. Not a chance in hell that they'll have the release date for it in next week. It won't even be announced next week. A release date, I would imagine. Before they release phase 8, I don't think they're even gonna talk about it. Yeah, it must be a really bad rumor. That makes no sense. They're still working on the farming updates, so I don't think that's even on the public test server yet. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Sorry, pal. They haven't even acknowledged that it's going to be that there is going to be a season 3. That was just a leak from like data mining on the Epic Store. That wasn't anything that the developers confirmed, so very much doubt that's gonna be a thing. Not that they're not going to to release a season 3. I very much believe that, because I haven't heard nothing that says that they're working on SnowRunner 2 or any other game to replace this. And I think they're still making enough money that they should be able to continue develop for the game. Oh, this is nice. It was a long time ago I did these kind of missions. Access to location. Tools for the warehouse. Ready for some errands. On the other hand, and on the other end of this mountain chain, there is a warehouse with some useful resources. It needs some repairs, but if you take those tools here, we could share some of our stock with you. How very nice. I'll make sure to bring that sometime eventually. I may have confused Phase 8 with Season 3. Yeah, you probably did. That makes a lot of sense. They will almost certainly not release anything but Season 2 content before Season 2 is over. I don't think the release date will be in next week or even the week after though. I think it will be maybe in the end of October, probably closer to November. And then I think we will see a PTR release maybe at the mid to end of October. That would be my guess, I have to say. Okay, we've actually discovered a fair chunk of stuff here. Now I kind of have to choose where I want to go. Which map region? There is... there's a lot of content on it. If you go to YouTube and you search for A Tribe Called Cars, he has done a lot of content on the next phase. It's supposed to be an Eastern Asia map, as far as I understand. East Asia. And I don't think they will continue naming like maps after different real-life regions. As far as I understood, they made some communication about that some time ago, so they will not be putting that in games anymore, so it won't be Yukon, Canada. It will be a non-named region in a non-named other region. Yeah, 4 maps, a few new functionalities, so you will be able to do farming, which I think is fucking awesome. That is super cool. Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to Phase 8. It'll take me a lifetime before I get there and actually can do the content, but I'm still gonna have a lot of fun. It's gonna be good stuff, but yeah. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, so we're right here. We need to get down to the upgrade, or we go to the warehouse and then go back to the upgrade, but then we need to go all the way over here next time, so... that kinda sucks. I think I'm gonna go back instead and then go... or maybe go down here and hope that this one turns around to that way. Probably, yeah. Yeah, but I think I'm gonna wrap up for tonight. I'm actually quite tired, so... maybe I'll be back streaming at a later date. Not maybe, I'll be back at a later date. Not today though. Probably not next week either. But next weekend, probably. Maybe I wait and do Phase 8. Still gotta do still got a lot to do in Maine. Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of it, right? You can jump between the regions as much as you want, right? So I think that makes sense. If you don't want to go away from Maine, then don't. No one is forcing you. So All good there. Yeah, good night, man. Thank you so very much for hanging out with me all this time. It's been really cool, actually. I've really enjoyed it. So, thanks, bud. I'll see you in the next stream, I guess. Take good care for now, and ciao.